We could do whatever, yeah. In a weightless motion, she called me crazy and I'm wasting time. Easy, don't leave me now. Yeah, for the sky and all its diamond. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We can do whatever, yeah. Sun's out, make the clouds move over. We can do whatever, yeah. I'm gonna make the time move slower. We can do whatever, yeah. Sun's out, make the clouds move over. We can do whatever.
are still heartless, and you don't care. And I don't even know what I've been fighting for. You got me hoping, and you don't care. And I don't even know what I've been fighting for. Every time I fall in a deep, and I can't fight it, I can't fight it. You wreck my mind, I'm losing my sleep. And you know that it's all that I need, so don't leave me alone. La 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 la, don't leave.
World is a document. I can put it in a disc. It's mine.
I know it's reckless, but I don't care. You're dangerously close and I keep going on. You keep me fading, and I don't care. 'Cause I want everything that I've been running from. Every time I fall in it deep, and I can't fight it, I can't fight it. You wreck my mind, I'm losing my sleep. And you know that it's all that I need, so don't leave me alone. La 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 la, don't leave me alone. La 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 la, don't leave me alone. La 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 la, la 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 la, don't leave me alone. La 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 la, la 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 la, don't leave me alone. La 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 la, don't leave me alone. La 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 la, la 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 la, don't leave me alone.
As I wake up every morning, I wish the day would end. Because a day without you in my life, I don't know how to mend. And I was like, eh, 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 oh, 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 oh. You were like, eh, 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 no, oh, no, oh. I was like, eh, 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 oh, 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 oh. You were like, eh, 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 no, oh, no, oh. Come on, let's rewind till I smile. That look upon your face. My heart is empty and unguided. A blind leading chase. I thought I had a plan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Welcome, everybody. It is time for the Zolder 10 hours, and we are here in the qualifying session for the upcoming round. Currently, there are 23 teams that are going to set our qualifying times. There are 30 minutes of qualifying, as always, in these endurance races. 10 hour, third to last round, as the next round is going to be 4 hour of Laguna Seca. Very nice track. As usual, the qualifying session will be quite slow at the beginning, since obviously everybody still has to set their times, and they have 30 minutes of time, so plenty of opportunities, even for make mistakes, so be sure to follow along this initial session of the race. And yes, it is live at the very least, as you can see here. Okay. Currently we are with the 441 of Senatore in first place in standings, but theoretically the first car that is going to cross the line is going to be the 71 in the Vespa Sport livery. Although I think it's not a valid lap time, but I'm not sure, since the last update kind of broke things up. So number 71 in fact is going to go across the line without a lap time. The first one is going to be the number 11 with 127.6. Obviously the first lap is usually sort of heating lap, not really useful in terms of the final classification. Santoresi is now in second with a 27.9. In qualifying we expect actually some 26s, so that's why I'm saying it's such things. It's actually possible to see some 26 high, even 26 mid. Nakira goes in number 4 for flat out esports in 27.3. Every time is currently far away from, well, not far away relative to the drivers, but rather far away relative to the possible lap times. The Young goes for now in second place for Gazelle Motorsports. Everybody is going to improve obviously as the time passes. As I'm seeing, the biggest improvement is here in the number 331. Eventually, which unfortunately is not liveried. So clearly something has to be put together for the second part, where John will be doing the final commentary of the race. Unfortunately, there will be a little hole in the middle, and also around 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock in the morning, because I have to eat. So that's the main reason. 27.3 for Nopek currently sets the fastest lap, as I think the... Okay, my mouse wasn't working anymore. The number 292 here, the McLaren for Zakharjevic. No, Zakharjevic, apologies. Zakharjevic here into the final chicane in a very nice McLaren livery, which for a brief moment actually disconnected, I think. Or maybe it was I. Who disconnected? It was me who disconnected. It was I. It's more like a quote from a thing, but it doesn't make sense if people don't know it. cross across the line from 5 times away to get into 1 behind. Still 27.0, so I expect some nice lap time. So Castorina goes, well, for now he is in 5th place, 4 times away from pole. The next lap is not going to be a valid one. Macoretta here in number 177 is currently 1 second away from the fastest possible lap time. He is going to improve in the TACE Racing livery, which finally is being shown as he goes in 8th place. 8 tenths away from De Jong in the 302 ahead. Automatically the first turn wasn't so perfect. In fact, he's already nearly 2 tenths below his lap. Obviously, as the time passes, the track is going to be better and better, so that also helps. In fact, I think it's important to put together the best possible lap at the very tail end of the session. As up ahead, De Jong in the 302 is with a 27.0 ahead of Nakira by just 3 milliseconds. Then it's Adamo and Nopek, and then Castorina in 5th. As unfortunately Macoretta can't really improve as of now. He stays behind in the timing score. Good morning, Maurizio. Hi, Tom. Yes, there is no livery for the Bentley, but I suspect it will be resolved when John comes through. Let's step in here in number 141 for Holdfast Motorsports. Going into the second chicane out of 4. It's going quite quickly. Number 141 could be in contention for actually a second row start, a provisional second row start. As a matter of fact, he goes on to get 5th place, not enough to get 4th. 7.3 for Christoph Verstappen, not to be confused with Verstappen. Serena here also improving quite a tiny bit, 1/10 below himself, cutting the chicane as much as possible. Ooh, a bit too much, I guess. Since he went off, clearly frustrated. He was going for a good lap. Unfortunately, he will have to delve into the pits. The TSE car with Larocque in 19th place. As he goes across the line to put together an 18th place, 1.5 seconds away from pole. Apparently no one is currently improving. Oh, Barth is improving actually, as he gets back in 18th place with a 934, which set a 128.587. In terms of race pace, we are looking ahead for some 128 flat, at the very least. 8.5 should be doable. Senatore here in number 441 is... I don't know why I'm glitching sometimes, because I'm not losing any frame on OBS, so I think... I don't think it's actually me, but not with the internet, but rather with the server. It's like I'm not receiving some pings from the server, which is odd, because I can send them, so theoretically I should be able to receive them too. Sandra goes in 7th place, 5 times away from Paul, sets at 27.5. Still, we are not in the 26. I think it is close for it. As a matter of fact, I think the Young is going to be able to set it. He is already quite a tiny bit ahead of himself, but he has 4 chicanes to go. Over the first, yep, that's not how to make it, and that lap time will be voided completely. You can have a better look at it, because look at this from the splitter cam. He goes on to cut the chicane a bit too late. He gets shoved on the right and hits the second part of the chicane head on, jumps the chicane completely, and then finds himself in the grass, but not the wall. That will be one of the most important places in the whole track during the race, because obviously you make the time there. You can make up to 3 times. As a matter of fact, I saw people make 4 times in just that chicane. The issue is that if you, the more you gain, the more the danger, quite obviously. And so what happens is that if you cut it too much, you get thrown away with the car jumping with all 4 wheels, and then just 2 outcomes possible. One is facing the wrong way, and the other is facing the wall. In both cases, it's not really. What is back? What? It was never off. The number 292 goes in 8th place. I think before my stint I will restart my router at this point. Just to be safe. I'm not losing any frame, so I don't understand what's happening. And I have a very stable connection too. I can see it on OBS, so I'm not really understanding what is happening. As Nakira goes quicker than anybody else, 27.050, 2 milliseconds quicker than both the Young and Adamu, who set the same exact lap time. So in 2 milliseconds there are 3 cars. This is peak performance, but still not 26, which is the effective objective of every driver here. Oh, a bit on the gravel there. He's going to lose some time. And number 4, BMW, which is not really the strongest option here, and yet oh, that's a cut. Because this oh no, I set the wrong button, apologies. By mistake I clicked 30 seconds. Okay, yes, this is the proof that probably it is me. Okay, I will definitely make a router reset.
Green light, give it all you can.
Prior to... It's very odd because I didn't have any issue in, well, the last months. At the same time, I really don't understand why I'm having it now. But anyway, Nakira is still practically on the same chapter as earlier. He cuts the chicane once more, but this time he cuts it perfectly. and goes second chicane again. Goes well. Maybe just lost a tiny bit there. Going over the grass. Now that I'm looking at it, it's actually thunderstorm outside, so that's possibly a reason why. Goes across the final chicane here. And goes on to set a 26.7, first of the 26s. Adam also was very close to make an improvement, but he already cut the chicane. Nopek here in the Bentley, in 4th place currently. So clearly the track is getting better. First 26 arrived with Nakira setting a 26.7. Everybody else is at least 3 times away from pole, as Nopek goes across the line in a 3-3-1 Bentley to put together a 3 times away lap time. 37.1 for Nopek, but not enough to get a better position. Serena is currently 1/10 better than himself, and he needs 16 seconds to improve his position by at least 5th place. As he goes across the final chicane, he may improve, but I don't think he will make another position in the standings. As a matter of fact, he goes actually slower than himself. That's 27.5, 27.3, apologies. There, but oh, Nopek disconnected for a moment. Okay, it was just me. Oh, no, it was just him in the pit, so showing yellow flags. Nothing to worry about. Adamo currently 2 attempts on a good improvement run. As he goes into the final chicane, this could actually be closer to the pole lap. As he gets the final chicane in a perfect manner, it's very close to pole, but maybe it's just not enough as he goes across the line to set up 26.755, not 27, so this will be slightly slower, 28 milliseconds slower than Akira. The 2 Italians are 1-2, and then De Jong is also there, but he is still on the run to an improvement. He is already 2 times better than himself, so clearly the track is getting into oh, he went off, so never mind, he will not improve his lap. He went off into the chicane, cutting a bit too much, and his lap time will therefore be invalidated. Still has 10 minutes to go, so now we are into usual qualifying setting. Excellent here in the 725 Pegassi Motorsport. He goes across the line to make an improvement by half a second and sets himself in 15th place. Karen is also bound to make a bit of an improvement as it stands currently. In the 934 Porsche. Currently the team is in with a 28.5 in the bag. They probably want some more. It will happen, some more, but it will be a just be 28.5, so clearly they lost some time. The final chicane. the one who is also improving. Yeah, okay, my router is not really having a good time. I think I will make a reset. But again, I didn't lose any frame in OBS, so I'm not understanding why. So it's like my connection with the server is actually faulty. Because in OBS I didn't lose any frames. So it's really hurting my brain, this thing here. I will still do a reset nevertheless, but it's very odd. Anyway, Zakharevix here in 8th place. Seems like he's doing a bit of an improvement in his lap time, but it's very little, although he just needs 3 milliseconds to get into 7th. And those 3 milliseconds could happen anytime now, as the checkered flag is getting closer and closer. Clearly it will not happen this time. Though maybe he... no, okay, that's definitely a no. It's clearly a no from their side. So like for now remains in 7th place. The number 441 car. As they will jump on another qualifying lap, although in front of them it's the number 4 of Mattia Nakia. So possibly trying to get a tow out of the car ahead. So the fact is he's keeping some distance to not get dirty air in the turns. So at the same time he remains close enough to get something for himself in the slipstream. Unfortunately everything will go into flames since he cut the first chicane too much and he will not have a valid lap time. So Vanderberg here put together a 7.797, putting the car 301 in 12th place for Gazelle Motorsport. Easy to recognize since they have the 3-0 and then another number at the end, so for now 3 cars for them. One in 12th, 9th and the other in now 4th since Casolina all of a sudden went in 3rd for Vestasport. So clearly something went clearly good for the Italian driver for Vestasport. 26.985, so for now 3 cars into the 26s. As Melvan goes in 9th, number 221, the Lamborghini Evo 2. And as the Young was improving by 2 times, but once again he... oh, that was a mistake, that was a huge mistake. Into the chicane, we can have a better look at it. So look at the right of your screen, he goes on to brake and slightly goes on the grass, effectively demolishing his lap. And with 4 minutes to go, it's not like he has much time left to put the car in first row. Like also, still in the BMW number 4's slipstream, it seems like he will improve his time. The question is if it will be enough to get into 6th place, or if it will be just a sort of safety lap to get into a better place. It is an improvement in placement. It is 6th place for Ek in the 441. He jumps Verstappen in the 141 Holfast Motorsport. In 7th now. Adolfi here also going across the line to put the car from 1.1 away to 9th. 9 tenths away from pole. Currently number 4 remains on top. Alongside it is Adamo in the number 11, which is going to set the final laps. And Castorina follows just behind, literally just behind, since they are on the same portion of the racetrack. Then it's De Jong who still is finding troubles to get that lap, which he can do, although obviously it's not like he's starting from 18th, he's starting from 4th instead of 3rd, so it's not like he didn't do a good job. Quite the opposite, he is one of the few that can be seen as close to the lead. And unfortunately once more over chicane, and that's possibly qualifying over for him. Yes, it is. It was the last attempt. And once more he jumps the first chicane a bit too much, you can see here, and that will be again one of the most important places in the whole racetrack in the race, as Adamo is currently putting together a show, because he needs 28 milliseconds to put it in pole, and he may as well do it now. Now set to be in 2nd, unless Castorina or essentially no one else. I think Nopek is the only other choice. Jumps down, but I don't think that will happen, as he goes across the final chicane with a very nice lap. So good that it is actually at 26.6. It goes quicker than anybody else. 1/10 away from Nakira in the number 4. As he goes on to slightly improve. Just on the same lap time, 7.0, just 3 seconds slower than himself, but it will be 2nd place for Nakira. So the only other drivers that are improving are currently Velman in the 10th place. He goes across the line to put the car in 9th, ahead of the 71, but he concludes his session there, as Kieran Cox of Russell Racing Team is demolishing the lap time. Seems like he found something. He just needs to keep it, but I think also that it's actually my race control which is slightly glitchy. As Ponticelli goes on to put the car number 77 in 18th place for the other flat out eSport team. La Rock is going to slightly improve, but it will not be another position for them, number 93. And though he was improving, but unfortunately he will find himself in the gravel. So only 3 cars remain to complete the qualifying session. One of them is accident in the 725 Porsche, and the other is Macoretti in the 177 Aston Martin, which is just ahead. The Ferrari 33 clearly will not set a valid lap, since they are possibly trying to go into the pits. As it's going to be, it just needs very few milliseconds to get not only 1 but 2 places ahead. But unfortunately, he will remain away from 14th place as Axel goes on to put it the car in to keep the car in 16th. So this was your qualifying session for today. Hi Ian. As we will go close to now into... Okay, no, clearly I can't do it. This was a terrible idea. Thanks. I just need these now that I can do it. Just give up at this point to set it now. With UBH. Okay. This track has always been one of my favorites, simply because of the surroundings. It's honestly a very nice racetrack. As we are into... Okay, as we are into the standings, as we will go quite far away from the end of the pits. As it's going to be in first row, it's going to be Adamu and Nakira, number 11, number 4, then it's going to be Castorina and Beton behind. Totally a change in the driver there. Zagdal and then Ek with Verstappen and Zakaris Vix. Apologies. It's very difficult as a name. Carving and Landolfi are in 9th and 10th with Duvaluis and Cox in 12th. Then it is Hoffmans and Vandenberg in 14th with Macoretta behind in 15th. Reed in 16th with Jongen. And then Tironi with Rock, Brown, Barth, Jones and Taylor. With all the teams set here. So we got Vesta Sport in P1 with Flatout Esport in 2nd, other Vesta in 3rd. Then we got Gazelle Motorsport in 4th place with FRL in 5th and 6th. And Holdfast. And unfortunately I can't remember yours. With America's Racing League there in behind is 2-1 for FRL. Then another Vesta Sport car. Then the Gazelle with a 300 and Astro Racing team in without a number. But it's number 81. They're in 12th place. We will go shortly for the usual lap guide. I hope everything works, which is always a bit of a question mark since YouTube is funny sometimes. As with funny, I mean not working. Track which has been seen already not so much time ago in the FRL Master League with the Zolder race prior to the Suzuka race. So some drivers actually made some practice in that race.
20 seconds.
As we are close to the start of the race, with everything which is well prepared for the very start of... Oh, someone clearly wasn't. Castorina didn't put itself on the grid, so they will start from last place. It's already quite a surprise there. Into turn 2 we've gone through to the Stern back box with Canal box number 3 for the canal to its side. Then it's turn 4, Lucian behind Shiboked, where you have to brake on the tarmac. And then throw the car on the inside. It is then a clean chicane, which is one of those where you really need to brake and cut as much as possible. Cut number 1 and then cut number 2 there. Not too much, otherwise you get a track limit. It's a drive-through for you. As Butte is turn 6 with Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Tresa's turn 7, even here huge lunge with Talamenbocht turn 8. A long right-hander into Boulderberg Arsbed Bocht, which is turn 9. It's very difficult to mention the names of these turns. Then it's 10, Jock and Rinbocht, the third chicane, when only one remains. With Jackie Xbox being the final turn. Of the racetrack, as the start will happen shortly for our drivers. And SimGrid, and away we go with a very good start by Nakira there in second place, which now becomes first for a brief moment, and then back to second, then back to first, as he goes from the outside and sets a marvelous overtake there. Oh, little tap behind for number 11. It remains on its wheels. Nopek is just behind. Oh, there is a major incident there as the Young goes into the gravel for an incident with Aston Martin there of Verstappen number 141, and then it's nearly free wide. It doesn't happen. But oh, there is actually, oh, huge hit, major incident between two drivers, and again Lamborghini and Verstappen again hit each other, nearly put an end of on their races, on both their races, with Veltman, which gets 5th place, and Verstappen just behind. Behind it was a contact between the Vespa Sport number 11 and number 71 and Cox number 81. With I think 77, which gets an overtake on the Ferrari 33. That's Young on the wheel, but that's the Ferrari also going on the attack rather than the defending on this very same Ferrari, which made contact with the car ahead. As if the camera was working, would have been better. The QRT goes on the inside, tries something different as it goes on to continue its race. A huge incident behind. It will be seen from the race control as Nakira goes on to stay in first. Adamo is just there behind in second, with Nopek in third. Keeping close distance to the car ahead. Young, who now finds himself in 22nd. Out of the 4th place he had, so it's not looking great there, but it's 10 hours, so 20 seconds are more than recoverable. Zompek sets the current quickest lap time of the race so far. It's going to be of 28.8, then improved by Velman in 5th, 28.5 currently, but as said earlier, it's going to be low 28s during the race. As Novak loses the place on the Lexus number 61, which goes on the inside of turn number 3, and it will be position number 17 for Brown in the Lexus. It's not yet over there because Jones tries to get position better, but he actually nearly gets overtaken by Macoretta behind and in 20th place. Really sending situation there with Arslan, which goes on the inside, takes the position into the chicane, which is number 14 for the Porsche driver 75. So St. John's there lost a place on Macoretta. Mistake clearly for Jones as he lost a good chunk of time there. Into the top 3, we've got Nakira, Nadamu, and then Nopek, with Nakira setting it to 7.9, so already putting down the line for how quick you have to be. Already setting some gap to the car behind. Again, this will be heavily important during the race to not to be too greedy. Because behind it's Macoretta and Novak going side by side, with Macoretta gaining the place on the Porsche driver and also potentially gaining the place on Axel, who clearly made a mistake there into the chicane. You can have a look here. He goes to the brakes. I think I know. Yeah, he jumps it, goes on the grass, but that means on the racetrack at the very least, and just loses one place from the whole thing. To 7.9. So once again, a very good lap time there for the leader of the race in the number 4 BMW. As the Young is not really having a good time. Number 302 is 22nd, but they've made another mistake. Clearly, whilst I was looking at the battles, and now finds himself in no man's land. As we are currently having a look here from the Bentley's perspective. As we have one of our pit lane starters, which goes from 21st and 20th and jumps one place with obviously with a quite different pace compared to the rest. Unfortunately, the Young only in 14 seconds behind, so I expect something happened to this car, which is not only from damages. Remind that Lamborghini here is heavily damaged. Front of the car is, I think it's clearly ruined. Their lap times are also ruined because of that. You can see the front kinda bonked. Technical term. Ooh, a bit on the gravel there. Behind Landolfi makes the pass on Hoffmans. Well, you can see the reason there, it was Hoffmans going extremely wide over the chicane and losing one place there. As on the back, Novak remains ahead of Castellini in the number 51, which for now seems stuck in the back of the field, and it's not really the best track to make such things. In Zolder back on the front in 7th place is Eck in the 441. Yeah, here is side by side with the Porsche, I think, which let the Ferrari, I wouldn't say pass through, but understanding that it's two different leagues. And kind of giving a time. Meanwhile, in front, it's still side by side, Velman and Verstappen, with Eck behind, looking at it and thinking about what a move that could happen, but still nothing is there happens. La Rock, same chicane, also remains behind. So few battles are happening in the racetrack. Nope, clearly being happy about his opponent going from third to last. As Verstappen there is still trying the position on the Lamborghini driver. He goes on the inside of turn 1 and takes the place. Oh, there is a huge contact there and Velman is into the gravel. Into the gravel for... Oh, there is also a pass for second place, so everything is happening at the same time. We can have a look at it. The gap was actually quite normal, so... I wonder if it was a mistake. Oh, it was a mistake. You can see the rear slipping off. And that was Nopek going in second place for FRL in a 3-3-1. As behind is also Eck going side by side with Verstappen and making the pass over the Aston Martin for 5th place, but just for a brief moment, since you can see from the wing he goes alongside into the chicane, but doesn't brake too late. Actually, he brakes earlier than the Beamer and stays behind. Meanwhile, Van der Berg goes on the inside for Gazelle Motorsport, and that's 9th, and then 8th place. Yes, this is 8th place, apologies. On the Velman in 9th now, after the incident he had at the very start. This huge train, which goes from 8th up to 13th. Will be a lengthy one. Oh, nearly on the gravel for Verstappen. so remains there, thinking about making a move, but there isn't much space available in Zolder. It's actually one of those tracks where making a pass requires a lot of skill and patience. Which unfortunately as a racing driver you really don't have. Patience, I mean. Obviously. Landolfi is now in 10th, so clearly something happened here. Lost the position on both Velman and Vandenberg for a brief moment. Because he was there and then... Ah no, okay, only on Vandenberg. His control for a brief moment showed me he lost 2 places, so I was a bit confused. At number 81 is in 11th. Ahead of 2 other Ferraris. Ooh, overshooting a bit the chicane, but he luckily made it in one piece, so he will remain in 11th. Randolph in 10th, and Vandenberg, which at this point is trying to keep the distance from a damaged Lamborghini ahead. And the reason for the damage for the Lamborghini driver is this one here. At the very start of the race, this happened. So you can see from the helicam there was quite some contact between the Aston Martin and the number 141. Have a look from here. You can see nearly pit maneuvered. And this was also the incident which put De Jong out of contention altogether. So it was, you can see, a chain reaction from Eck hitting Verstappen, who hit consequently De Jong, who now finds himself very much... Oh, that's Vandenberg losing a place on Landolfi. Everyone missed the chicane, at the very least made a mistake somewhere there, and finds himself spinning nearly out of the second chicane. The Ferrari which goes on the inside. Nearly contact between the two, but it remains one after the other into position number 10. Nice cutback there for Jongen, but unfortunately in the QRT car remains behind the number 18 apparently. Corsa Racing Team. Seems like it, he goes on the outside, he tries the outside, he makes the outside, and he does a very good job there on the inside in the second part of the turn. Well, actually it's in turn number 2 altogether, and he gets a position done on the number 18. So that's 12th place for Jongen in the QRT Esport. And just behind, it's a Porsche very close to the number 77. Oh, Cox made a mistake. Oh, he is into the chicane. Well, literally into the chicane, as you can see. He was behind. I think, yes, it happened. What I thought. Tried to recover as quick as possible, but he is now in 18th place and number 81. We overheated tires. 2. as there is a 15-second penalty for the number 20-second penalty, apologies, for the number 441, and the reason is for what happened at the start of the race, as De Jong is now in 20th place, but this was the incident occurring. You can see Jimnek going deep on the brakes, hitting one car, and Aston Martin goes into the Mercedes-Benz, which is now only 20th. It's going to be a heavy race for them. It's not really making the first positions, so those are quite easy, as there is also a 5-second penalty for Verstappen there. 5 seconds penalty for what I think it was the incident with the Lamborghini. Unless I think the incident with Lamborghini could be the one that happened in turn 1, because 2 incidents happened with the same car. Speaking of, getting from the back of the grid, De Jong here is now approaching Novak for position number 19. As he goes after the chicane and makes a pass for position number 19. He is now 44 seconds behind the leader, as the number 81 has been given a 5-second penalty. And this is the reason for it. The contact with... oh, there was a contact actually with number 71. The chicane. I actually at the beginning thought it was just Landolfi going a bit sideways, but it was actually a contact with the Ferrari in the number 81. Axeline goes on to defend the position on La Roque, which then has Macaretta behind, and then Casolina only 17th after qualifying in 3rd and finding himself at the very back of the grid after starting from the pits. As Alok here is thinking about a move, but nothing can happen there. Casolina, who thinks about a move, he goes on the inside and makes tries to make a move. He actually delivers the move into the chicane, impossible spot, and takes the place number 16. Out of Macaretta in the 17th now place. As he finds himself into this train, letting another place on himself. That's 15th after La Roque made a mistake, and as it lets also their teammates pass by. Rock finds himself from 15th to 17th in 2 corners. With Casolina's pace, which delivers its time from the low 28, now it was at 29.7, so they've lost 1.5 seconds in just this lap. No, 130.9, even worse. So it has been a tremendous lap. But obviously, it was because of some overtakes. De Jong behind is on the same page practically. He finds himself 46 seconds behind the leader. He is currently... So these two teams are the ones to watch because they will certainly deliver a show. They will have to make overtakes for the whole 10 hours, very likely. And that's De Jong passing the number 81 for position. Number 18 is now back in front, but back in front, tiny bit ahead. So Ferrari number 51 has to be quick on its moves. Eka currently is in effectively this place because he has a 20-second penalty and he could end up roughly 40 seconds. Oh, he goes on for the move into the inside goes, contact between the two, and that's the Ferrari sideways. With the Porsche which remains in 14th place. We can have a better look at it from the headicam. The Porsche effectively closed the inside way too late, and I think the 725 will be found out guilty because of that. Usually has a 5-second penalty, number 77. So I'm here. With Vandenberg for 10th place, and it will be top 10 for the driver number 33. As ironically now, De Jong finds himself just behind Casorina. So, two of the main protagonists of the race are in the same place. Unfortunately, they are both in 17th and 18th place. So not really, meanwhile here Huxley 725. With the two TSE racing cars behind. As in front, Verstappen, although with a 5-second penalty, is possibly looking at the ARL car to make a place. Oh, that was a mistake into the chicane. This could give the possibility to... Oh, another contact there! It hasn't been the first time where the Hassan has been side by side, well, side into side with someone else. nearly once more a contact there. Verstappen very, very nervous. He probably thinks he can have further place. As a matter of fact, Axel has been given a 5-second penalty for the contact with the number 51 for what happened earlier. So now both Axel and Ponticelli have a 5-second penalty, which effectively puts Marcoretta, La Rocca, Casalina and De Jong all ahead of them. Back in front, it's Verstappen still here in contention with McLaren 292. As he goes on the inside, tries to make a place there, near the contact between the two, and McLaren keeps the outside, probably because it will become an inside line as he goes on side by side with them, and it's going to be no contact for now, and it's going to be Aston Martin ahead. Momentarily I think that McLaren has a better run after the chicane, as also there is Benjamin Eck behind in the BMW, which becomes larger and larger. Oh, there could be a move into turn 1 for the McLaren, and that's going to be near the free wide into turn 2. Another contact for the Aston Martin, and that's another contact with the BMW, and that's the BMW passing through the two of them. With a 4-4-1 now onto the inside, into turn 3, and it's going to be another contact with the McLaren, which goes sideways into the gravel, and that's Verstappen managing to at least keep the 5th place for himself, but now it has Eck in front of them, as the number 4-4-1 utilized at the best it could its cards. They have a 20-second penalty, but nevertheless they will try to stay in front of the two of them. They need to pick up as much pace as possible, and this is definitely a way, having clean air in front. Now Verstappen, after all he has done, he still finds himself in 5th place. But we will have a better look at this, because it was sensational to be seen from outside. You can have a look at this. He goes on, contact with McLaren, and then through goes Eck. Over inside. And this is also what happens just after. Have a look at this. It's a McLaren trying an impossible move, and in a paradoxical way, it's actually the McLaren which loses the most there. No, 3.4 seconds behind. After the contacts, Marcoretta here in the middle, as Axel made a pass on Ponticelli. We couldn't be on this fight for those reasons. Now Axel is the front of this. Oh wait, 197 is in the middle of the chicane. Okay, it kept going. Don't worry there too much about, as Marcoretta is extremely close to the car ahead. This could be an opportunity for the Aston Martin driver to try the outside, which can't happen there. As behind is actually De Jong, which goes on to pick the place number 17 on La Rocca, with Marcoretta still fighting with the car ahead. Young in front is in 11th place and very close to the car ahead. Ferrari is still to put something together. Meanwhile, Macoretta behind is actually there, trying to put a move on Ponticelli. It's going to be side by side with the two cars, and Ponticelli loses the place in favor of Macoretta, as behind is also Casolina, very keen on making a move with the young behind. Will utilize the Ferrari driver. But I don't think they will fight together. It's completely useless for them too. But I think the Ferrari will be the Young's savior, because if the Ferrari makes a move, the Mercedes will just be behind, taking advantage of the situation. Although they are very close. Unless they think they have more, but they practically qualified one after the other, so strategically speaking, they have to collaborate. Meanwhile, Van den Berg loses the place on Jongen. There was a lot of space, that's why I'm... Oh, that was a mistake by the Mercedes driver. So that's the pass happening. It was actually a mistake by Van den Berg. It was a bit odd to see the gap going from 0.4 to minus 0.2. Stepping here still fighting with the Beamer. Number 441, which is currently in 12th place. Into turn 1, it's going to be close between the two. As now the Aston Martin goes ahead, taking advantage of a mistake into the chicane, and that's going to be position number 4 for Verstappen. It already was, but now it is also physically position number 4 on track. Back behind is actually potentially defending as hard as possible into the first chicane. Against the duo behind, which is extremely aggressive. I think it's getting clear that De Jong wants the Italian to move. Okay, we need to collaborate, but you have to be fast at it. This is possibly the message that is getting through with the Mercedes. Getting as close as possible to not lose any time when the pass will happen. As he goes, the Mercedes tries the inside against Casolina, so clearly they are not anymore in a peace position, but by doing it like this they are just losing time, so it's not really convenient for them. As Axel here for 13th place is defending as much as possible against the Aston, but nothing can be done there, and it's actually Macoretta who lets the Porsche go a bit deeper on the brakes. He then tries once more in the second chicane, but still doesn't happen. As the Young behind, very close to the Ferrari. Now they have some clean air, at least 3 seconds to get in Macoretta's place. They are still fighting, but at the minute I think at this point it's rather the Young who thinks he has more, but they don't have to fight now. They are still 9 hours to go, and any contact will practically demolish their entire race in a blink of an eye. Here, looking at it, there was some contact here. So, oh, it was a lunge into the inside. A bit heavy. I think it was some door-to-door GT racing there. Very aggressive, but it was needed for those two, and De Jong simply utilized everything he could. Meanwhile in front, Axel still trying to defend against Macoretta, who is behind, trying as hard as possible to make the pass onto the Porsche driver, which is very, very defensive. Sven made a mistake, so I'm looking at it. So it was a mistake into the chicane, and then it was Adolfi going through into the second chicane, which was Velvan in 9th place from where he was starting in 8th. So I was muted, as there was another mistake goes on for Velman, which finds himself in 9th place now. But 4 further seconds behind Landolfi, as Youngren is now 2 seconds behind Velman in the number 33, and meanwhile here, this is the battle we've got on track at the moment. 14th placed car still in 14th place. Lapping into the 30s. In 14th place remains like this. So these two are effectively the wall that keeps both De Jong and Castorina behind their lap times. So again, Macaretta was trying a move. Again, he will try again. To the outside of the chicane. Breaks earlier. Ooh, as the Porsche makes a mistake, doesn't get boxed. And this could be a good opportunity for the Ferrari behind. Which actually remains there. It's actually De Jong who makes a pass. For a brief moment, there was a move in the making. But that will not happen. Possibly just being taken out of surprise. Still Macaretta behind the Porsche, and still a move doesn't happen. Oh yes, it does. It actually happens there into the hairpin with a mistake by the Porsche, still side by side with the two for 14th place, as Macaretta is now in front of Axtelen. And I think behind there will be also a pass for position number 15. Between De Jong and Castorina. Side by side into turn 1. The Ferrari on the inside, which keeps the inside. Little contact, I think it's bump draft time there, as nothing really happens. Another contact. So the 302 extremely on the offensive. But for now, Ferrari remains ahead and keeps the defense up. It could have been a battle for third. As De Jong goes on inside and takes the place on Castorina. Clearly De Jong thinks he has more pace. Castorina lets De Jong pass through, possibly thinking that, okay, we need to collaborate, you go through, but move. At the same time, move. Because they clearly don't want to fight each other. It's just a matter of we need to make the passes. And if the Mercedes thinks he has more confidence in making those, it's up. It's completely... At this point they are practically playing the team game, except for two different teams. So they have to understand who is quicker. Because at this point I don't think nobody cares about it just now. They probably just think about making as many passes as possible and as quickly as possible. Castorina tries again. The Ferrari far away, so probably it was more a, okay, I let you pass, but now you have to make the moves. So good on you. Axtelen is in front of one of the two cars. This time it is De Jong, who is extremely close. Oh, there is a mistake by Axtelen there. Who is extensively defending against the duo. still very close between these two. As Axel really tries to defend inside, but to be fair, there was no one still in effective opposition to the Porsche driver. Seung is now in close proximity. As Mercedes goes on the outside, goes for the cutback, and I think there is a chance for De Jong to make the move stick. As is going to be position number. Oh, there is nearly a contact with the Ferrari. As the Ferrari utilized the Mercedes flashing the lights, probably saying thanks. Now keep going. We need to move because that was extremely on the line for the two. I think there was, I wouldn't say a pass, a contact altogether. I think there was something there. We can have a look at this. So this is the move, how it happens. The Mercedes goes on the inside. Goes outside and nearly a contact happens between the Porsche and the Ferrari. Jones is the Porsche in 16th place. And the duo in front in 14th and 15th, which at this point is just going to rocket. Oh, as De Jong goes on the gravel. Mistake for De Jong, and that's Castellini in 14th place back. We can have a look at it. So into the inside he goes, brakes a bit late. Loses the rear, it's possibly because of the damage he had. As Ferrari going in 14th. 4 seconds behind Macoretta. Now some clean air, at the very least 4 seconds for the two of them, both Castellina and De Jong at this point, as La Roque made a pass on Ponticelli, 6 seconds behind. We can have a look at it. It was a mistake by the Vu. Oh, it was a mistake by the Vu. Aston Martin in 17th place. Vandenberg here still. Thank you, Francesco. As Vandenberg here in the 3-1 is 1 second behind Jongen after the pass that happened early on. Now there is some calmness. It's Nakira in the number 4 for Flatout Esport, still ahead. Also with the fastest lap of the race so far with 27.6. Behind is Nopek in 2nd place in the Bentley. And then Adamu goes on to 3rd with Verstappen in 4th for Hardfast Motorsport. And Eck in 5th, or rather in 9th place for now, because of the penalty they had. Then we've got ARL team in 6th place with the number 300 for Gazelle Motorsport in 7th, Landolfi for Vestasport in 8th, Wellman for FRL in 9th, with Jongen for QRT in 10th place. Then we've got Gazelle Motorsport in 11th place, Hoffmans for Russell Racing Team in 12th, with Macoretta just behind, and Castorina for Vestasport in 14th, which is going as quickly as physically possible, with De Jong behind for Gazelle Motorsport in 15th. Axel is in 16th for Vegas Motorsport, and La Roque for TSE, with Assetto Racing Team in 18th, the second Flatout Esport team in 19th, Chris Jones in 20th, with Ultimate Racing in 21st, an advisor in 22nd, getting lapped by Damu in the number 11, currently in 3rd place. Secondly, Castellina is slightly slower than the younger, but both are lapping quickly than anybody else ahead of them, up until Verstappen, which means that they could have been both fourth. Unfortunately, they find themselves a bit below that marker. Now here Marcoretta is trying the position on Hoffmans. So Marcoretta could have a chance into the chicane, but again, seems like Aston Martin has the speed. But it's clear that the first chicane is the place where it loses the most. Meanwhile, the Young goes on side by side with Castorina. Still, this fight goes on with the Ferrari on the outside, and the Mercedes, which makes the pass on the inside. That's Marcoretta. That's the Young behind Marcoretta now, in 14th place, and Castorina in 15th. Now Van den Berg here in 11th. As Hoffmans and Marcoretta here are still battling, but this time it's Marcoretta which goes on to 12th place on Hoffmans in 13th into the very same chicane which I previously mentioned was a bit the hard spot for Aston Martin driver. The 177 to make a pass. He actually made a pass there. Back ahead for the other Gazelle car. 301. In 11th place, and now we are getting into the hour, 65 minutes stint timer, and this means that someone will jump the gun. As a matter of fact, it will be De Jong in 14th place. Which obviously brings the question on why did they make a pass and lose time if they were bound to make a stop. Unless they thought about it after the pass, which makes sense. We've got the first who shot with his gun. Unfortunately, De Jong was not one of the first placed drivers, so they will not move for now. The important thing will be if one of the top three will go into the pits earlier, if this means that someone else might follow. As a matter of fact, I was correct, Nopek goes into the pits. But none of the two, well, Nakira would have been quite difficult to follow. But Adamo doesn't follow, someone else follows, it's actually a Ferrari, and I'm seeing it's the number 81 in 19th place. As well as Taylor in the 197. So this means that Verstappen goes into the podium momentarily. 5 seconds. Penalty will bring them back to their place, since Eck has a penalty of 20 seconds. And the McLaren 292 is in 5th, with Zakarazevic in 5th, 10 seconds behind Eck, so quite far away from Verstappen. As Nopek goes back on the racetrack in 14th place, just in the middle of some traffic, as Landolfi here is also battling with Bellman. SimGrid for Bellman to make a contact with the car head, number 71. As Dovolovic jumps into the pits to make its pit stop. Accident 725, stopping 30 for exceeding the speed limit in the pits. Oh, that was a huge jump for Landolfi. As Bellman stays behind. He's back behind. It's Castellina extremely close to the Ferrari ahead. With Castellina who goes in front and makes the pass just prior to the pit stop of the two of them. It's important to stay in front here because they will both have to go into the pits, so whoever has to be in front will effectively dictate the other car's pace into the pits. And also there is the Bentley of Nopek just behind, so it's important to be as far away as possible for these two, as everybody will go into the pits. Is Verstappen into the pits, Adamo into the pits, Eck into the pits, Nakira, and everybody else, obviously. Ooh, that was it? A bit sideways, I think. Greta goes into the pits. Lepek will continue on as Costarino does the same. And Hoffman's too. Rock slightly longer into the first turn. Even for them, pit stop. In terms of pit stop, Nakira made a perfect pit stop with 31 seconds, as now the car is on Emil Wilksinski. Oh, I probably butchered the name. With Nopek 8 seconds behind the number 4, as Barberi is now driving in the number 11. So clearly here something happened, because Verstappen had to repair the car, and they were nearly in contact with the McLaren behind. So I can mount for one is... Ooh, contact there for the 71, which hits the 79 too. And the number 300 is now in next place, with Jongen in 9th. Smacoretta and then the 301 are one after the other. And here goes Castellina and De Jong once more, which is now Raffaele Pretto, which gets passed by De Jong after the undercut, which clearly worked. As now the number 292 of Zakharevich, for a double stint he went, and the Kieser is now the car he has in front, which after the penalty and damage repair is in 4th, with the number 441 in 6th, 12 seconds behind, the 20-second penalty they had. Stobben here made a mistake somewhere, because now De Jong is extremely close to the number 18. So once more, I think the 51 and the 302 will have to team together. De Jong goes on his side, will hit the tires, and he makes the pass quite easily. No contact between the two, and that's the Mercedes 302 in front of Tobben number 18. Is it over? It is over. It is over for position number 12. 4 seconds ahead is then Breiber for 301 Gazelle, which obviously means that no pass will really happen. So we're quite sure the 301 will let the 302 pass by without any particular trouble. It's going to be completely opposite with the 51 behind, obviously. Oh, that's a huge moment for De Jong. Completely sideways into the chicane. We can have a better look at it. For the first part, for the second part, keeps it together, but very, very close to the end for them too, for them three, actually, because it's 3 drivers. As the team is composed by Beton, Finema and De Jong. Now here Tobin will try to defend as much as possible against Pretto. But obviously they are on different schedules. The Young already passed and he is gaining 2 seconds, so it's quite clear that Pretto wants to pass as soon as possible, even if not being helped by the Ferrari ahead. They will make their pass. And obviously it's quite clear that Tobin in the number 18 initially was ahead of the 51. The reason is because the 51 actually missed the pit box and lost 3 seconds to put the car back on the correct pit box. So this is the reason why they've lost the position on the number 18 and consequently on the 302. Okret ahead is just 3 times away from Jongen. The man this team was just ahead of the Younger, but made a pass on the Porsche earlier. The Porsche and the BMW earlier than the others, putting clear how important it was to pass the other cars. There are 3 battles going on. There is the one for 9th place here, the one for... well, I don't think I have to show it, and the one for 14th place. Exactly, it didn't happen. I thought it would have happened quite easily. It's actually going to happen just after. I think it was just no, I can't do it. Meanwhile, Pretto does the same on Tobin. In the same place too. So it was a cut for Pretto, not for Tobin. So I wonder if it was a... oh, there is a drive-through! And it's a major one! De Jong for 302 Gazelle Motorsport drive-through for exceeding track limits on our 8 and 47. Oh, someone disconnected. Someone is not in the race anymore. Oh, it is a 441. Also disconnected from the race because Senatore is not in the race anymore. As you can see now, they are out of the grid. So this is massive. Two different major protagonists of the race are essentially doomed as of now, with De Jong with a drive-through, which puts him back on 15th place. And the 441, which is... oh, there is another incident, it's number 61. You can see here, it's number 61. Was it a contact? Oh, it was just on themselves. So there was a contact actually, with the number 11. Ooh. No, wait, the number 11 was earlier on. So I think that was on themselves. As the 441 is back. To see their race is quite in trouble. But they are still battling for TSC against the QRT car. And 177. It's because of Younger in number 33. Something happened to the number 4, because the gap is now only, quote unquote, 2 seconds on Nopek, and Barberi too made a massive mistake. He lost 10 seconds on the chicane in the last lap. I can try to find it. Just later, because I think I know a way to do it. Just need to wait a bit. Not yet. Because unfortunately it's not shown in the incidents, so I have to do it manually, and it's quite difficult to do it. I think something happened here in the chicane. I go just by supposing. Oh yes, this is what happened! They jumped the chicane a bit too much and went back on the racetrack. So this is why they are now 70 seconds behind the lead. So again, something happened here, because the Cincy is just 1.5 seconds, so Nopek is about to be in contention for the lead of the race. The 331 Bentley. Now 1.5 seconds, 27.9, so very great lap by the Bentley driver. With Wilczynski just in front. The kids here are still battling with Zachary Zbix. Into the hairpin they go. Some tire has been left on the racetrack. They are still side by side. Into the final chicane. The McLaren remains ahead of the Kieser. Oh, huge bump on the curb for the Kieser. Meanwhile, in front, this Bentley is flying. Bentley is definitely flying. Now only half a second behind the lead of the race. Grazie Willy, gentilissimo. As Nopek here currently from the oddly placed weak positioning of the Bentley, because obviously for marketing reasons it was put on the right hand side of the car. At Bentley there are 3 battles going on. There is a freeway battle for 7th. There's the big battle for bit of gabble there for the lead, and it's the battle for 4th in the standings. I think there is a lap to car there ahead, which is going to help massively the Bentley driver. Now it's obviously important to say that they have to let the faster cars by, so otherwise they get a penalty. They have 1 lap to do it, otherwise it's, I don't know the exact penalty. I know there is a penalty, but I wonder if that's the Lamborghini number. It is the Lamborghini number 221, so it's clear that maybe they are just playing a bit the team game there, keeping the car ahead as much as possible. Meanwhile, Ketelars is now in 9th place, who lost the place on the Jongen and Macoretta at the same time for a mistake, but obviously it's a bit close here. Meanwhile, there is also the keys are extremely close on the McLaren driver. That is for 4th place, 30 seconds behind the podium. That's the McLaren going extremely wide on exit. This could be the time for the keys to make the pass into the hairpin. We could have a better look at it from the split cam. I think they will go for it. They are going for it. They are into the inside again for the hairpin once more, and the same move, but this time with a different conclusion, or maybe yes. Meanwhile, there is also the battle in the very lead of the race. The Bentley goes on the outside, tries to cut the BMW, who spins for a brief moment. There was a possible spin. I think it was just barely there. We can have a look at it from the inside camera. Oh yeah, you can see I was correct. Nearly spinning the car to keep it on track, but it is not back now in the lead of the race in the number 331 Bentley, which is going to be at a very strength to raise the gap on the BMW behind, and then Barberi is just in 3rd, unfortunately only 16 seconds from 2nd place. This could have been a freeway battle for the lead. Meanwhile here the Kieser is still in front of the race, of the McLaren in this race, jumping heavily over the chicane. This could be the opportunity for the McLaren to pay it back. Over inside, this could be close. It is close. It's not. With a contact, it will be like this. How on earth I try to say it will remain like this at the same time? My brain is not really working right now. Meanwhile, Jongen here and Macoretta with the QRT on the inside, just ahead of a lapped BMW, which is trying to at least get some points from this race. Jongen is still defending against Macoretta, who is trying to make the pass from, I think, the 9-hour marker, like this. Just after the 9-hour mark. So for the last 20 minutes it has been like this, and this is just helping everybody behind, because both Ketelars and the Braver, and consequently Pareto, since they are just 6 times gapped each other, could be back in contention for at least top 10. This could happen in turn 1. It doesn't happen in turn 1. We saw that Macoretta is not so keen on making passes, knowing it's at 10 hours, but at the same time it's Zolder, so you have to use every single opportunity you have. It's not like you have second chances, it's just chances, and those 2 are little and sparse and few and rare, and every other objective about little quantity is possible to be used there. Meanwhile, there is a contact between the Ferrari and the Aston, with the Ferrari that completely outbreaks himself and even everybody else in the history of Zolder, but at the very least remains ahead, since that cut is practically certain to be a cut being counted, but that's a joker you have to use sometimes. Jongen stays ahead. clearly they have... it's not ideal to use the jokers in this racetrack, but if you need them, you have 3 of them. Although it's a bit more wise to use them at the very end of the race rather than practically the start. 441 goes into the pits. So their driver lineup is a bit shaken, even in the pit stops, and everything that comes with it is a bit shuffled. Now, once more, it is the number 7 with Capo Greco driving the car for Flat Out Esport, and Karner is just there waiting for an opportunity to arise. No, it remains like this on the back row. The main issue is that the number 71 is, at least looking at the times, massively losing against everybody else up until 12th place. They have been lapping a bit slowly in the last laps, and as a matter of fact now the gap between Young and Savini is 2.3 seconds only, although they are battling again into the second chicane, or as the Belgian language says, it's... Oh, the 51 is off! Into the chicane. Oh, they put the car sideways. I don't think they went into the wall, but they did put the car sideways there. But in the meantime, Savini lost another second on the car behind. Now the car 33 and 177, so the cars 33 and 177 are 1.6 seconds behind. So not really an entire second, but close to it. And it's like this for everybody else behind. That's effect. Now you can see the 71 just ahead of the 33. And that's going to be a battle, a freeway battle for position. This will be the moment for Macoretta to make the pass on the outside. That's a bit difficult, or rather, quite impossible. You can defend on the outside. We saw it multiple times with the McLaren 292 in 5th place currently. As De Jong just made another pass, it's against La Roque, the 302. Into the final chicane they go, and the 302 is now back in 14th place at the very least. Just behind the number 11, a lap ahead of them. As a young, made another mistake here because clearly La Roque is ahead of the 302 again. So they have to do it again. They have to make the pass once more against the IM team in the number 93. Oh, huge lounge on the inside. There is no space available for the two of them. In fact, only one of them passes ahead of the other. Now it's quite clear that it's going to be the Mercedes ahead. A very nice pass into the second chicane, or as I said earlier, as the Belgians call it, it's a Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Now, why Gilles Villeneuve has a chicane named after him on Zolder is another question, because I don't really know why. There's also a GT3 being named after, with a chicane named after him, but again it's in Zolder, so okay, I guess. I don't know, I'm honestly blind about this. I don't know if there is any historical reason about it. We don't know. GT3 had a sandwich on that chicane on some day in 1980s. Don't really know the history about Zolder. It has been on the DTM calendar, on GT World Challenge calendar, on Superbike rounds. It has been on, if I remember correctly, it was also in a British GT Championship once. Not the British GT, the wait, maybe it is a British GT, because the British GT also went to Netherlands once. I can't remember. Maybe it was a DTM, or the German GT Championship, which went on Zolder, because obviously the Benelux is essentially tied with Germany, with It's oh, Besselink, number 81, drive through for exceeding track limits. Second car to be handed the DT for that. Savini remains ahead. He has been lapping quicker. Oh, Jongen goes on the outside. Savini on the inside, which defends the line as much as possible. This is just helping as much Macoretta to stay in the battle for position. There is not enough space for the 43 to make the pass over the Italian, with Macoretta now extremely close with the American that is back in contention. Well, he already was. In the last laps he has been gaining some time, now he is 1 second behind the duo here. In the meantime, behind is also De Jong, extremely close to the... Oh, there is a contact there! It was a Ferrari completely sent into the shadow. Assetto is also defending against De Jong. And it's side by side there with De Jong close to the quarter panel of the Ferrari driver. Contact between the two of them. Another contact between the two of them. And that's De Jong passing through. That's a bit more than door to door. I don't think it was a question at that point. It was rather I'm passing. I don't care if you exist or not. It will be probably... It will be seen in the race control room, and if a penalty will be applied, we will know as soon as possible. Meanwhile, here Savini is still defending against the Ferrari driver number 33 with a 177 extremely close to the car behind. Some oversteer for the Ferrari. Rebus remains ahead thanks to its acceleration. The Ferrari can't really make much out of it. Is possibly using the fact that Savini exists to try to make something on Jongen. Aside will be breaking way later. Oh, in contact between the two, and it's going to be, that's a bit of a cut for Jongen, and it's going to be 3 wide maybe. No, it doesn't, because Jongen goes on to cover the right side of the racetrack as soon as possible, leaving Savini on the inside, who still tries to defend the race line, but it doesn't happen. Jongen goes in 6th, Savini is now in 7th, and Macoretta has to make the pass as quickly as possible to avoid his rival to simply fade away in the distance. Meanwhile, Macoretta goes on to make the pass literally the turn after. After taking the opportunity of 5 seconds for De Jong, that's likely the penalty for the contact early on. So it's really a good day for Gazelle Motorsport 302 after a drive-through, after getting hit at the start. Now they also have a 5 seconds penalty. 20 minutes before the pits. Savini completely going. I have to see it again. I have to see it again. Look at this. How close it was. Savini completely missing the braking spot and nearly. That was as close as it gets. That was as close as it gets. Macoretta still trying to create a move at this point, because obviously taking an opportunity is not anymore in the menu. This will be the opportunity for Macoretta, who nearly colliding with a Ferrari, who had to get off the brakes to avoid the incident creating there. Extended Macoretta has some pace, but there is a problem. The Bentley behind has to be let through. Now this could be going very heavily in favor of Macoretta, because if he made the pass, obviously, but if the Ferrari plans badly, there is a complete blunder by the Ferrari, who not only commits way too late to get lapped, but he completely goes sideways into the grass, but somehow remains ahead of Macoretta for the good amount of 5 seconds, since Macoretta is now ahead of the Ferrari driver. So the plan technically worked, I guess. That's a way for it to work. I really want to see it again. So what happened? You can see they braked on the grass, went back on the racetrack, but the speed difference was simply abnormous, and what happened because of that. Just want to see. It's a bit too late there. Something to see from the inside camera. And they braked there. And somehow kept it out of the wall, so that's actually good on them, but Jongen really went a bit too close to the limit in that situation. In all of this, De Jong is back behind Carving in the 2-1 Lamborghini, which started the race in a very precious position, but then everything went heavily downhill for them. And although 2 cars ahead of them were simply banished from the top half of the standings, I think still lost quite a good amount of time. And the front is still damaged, so they clearly didn't repair the car. They were stationary for 20 seconds, so that is either a visual glitch or they have damaged the car once more. Meanwhile, the Mercedes goes on to make the pass on the hairpin and completes it as soon as it gets. So now the 302, without losing any time, made the pass on Carving, and the next car is the number 18 once more in 11th place. As Alok is getting very close to the number 51. So now Larocque keeps steadily the gap to Preto, who is gaining also on Carving, who is not really trying up to his teammates. Apparently the Bentley is definitely having a good race. 28 low, constantly into the lead of the race. With Wilksinski lapping into the 29th second. And Barbieri practically a bit faster, but not that much. Obviously the 29 about now, it was about the last lap. Usually this has been a car that went into the 28, mid 28, still slower than OPEC, but essentially quicker than Barbieri, which is now 18 seconds behind. Which, looking at the lines, something suggests me that maybe they are already at the further drive, at the further track limit violation. It will be interesting to see. Because if they are on the limit, it's going to be heavy on 8 hours of racing to be without track limits. As it stands also, only 5 cars are on the lead lap. Everybody else has been lapped at least once. And everybody behind 18th has been lapped twice. To really show that the pace Nopek is bringing is simply absurd. Yeah, apparently Lisinski is in number 4 having some I wouldn't say trouble, but certainly he is lapping way slower than Nopek. Last lap another second has been lost. But more important, I want to see this chicane here, because if Barbieri is already on free track cut, it's going to be quite clear here. He's definitely cutting less than the usual. The advantage on the Young's car is that effectively he already went through his drive-through, which for the wordplay. Also remember that De Jong has a 5 seconds penalty for the contact earlier on with the 51 car. So any pass that will be made now will probably be done again sometime in the future, since I don't think he can get ahead of them Brewer before the pit stops happen. Jong is absolutely smashing this car. His pace, I effectively didn't mention it, but his pace is currently, on average, quicker than the top 3. Well, top 3. I think Nopek is the only one. Oh, nearly. I think it goes through. Yes! Instead it goes through into 11th, ahead of Tobin, since he has the inside line. I really doubt something. Whoa, another contact there. But effectively he boxed the Ferrari on the outside and nothing could have been made there, apart from cutting a chicane. As I was saying, the on space has been on average, apart from Nopek, I think, definitely apart from Nopek, faster than both the 4, the 11 and the 141, so he could have been in second or third by this point. Unfortunately, they are just in 11th. And it's one of those cases where you actually love the fact that in real life there are safety cars and virtual safety cars, virtual full course yellows. I think that's it. I mean code 60, but code 120, but that's in harsh life, not really the case here. something that I really hope can be developed in the... Oh, there was a yellow flag. That is the number 61. Was it... oh no, it was just... all on themselves. '61 a bit in difficulty there. Rock currently still just behind mechanic 14th place. That's a bit of a jump for Bretto, and La Roca will use that weakness to its favor. Maybe not now. And it definitely helped La Roca to get closer to the car number 51. Been quite slowly now. I wonder if there is any damage to the tires. As the Younger is now back with his teammates. So that's definitely a position done on 10 Weber. Physically on track, but I doubt it will be the same on pit exit. As you can see, F2 passes easily. And it has been... no, I actually have to say the other way around, because the Kaiser actually went faster than the Young. I was about to say that the Young was the quickest car on track. Well, now it is. Now it's because the Kaiser went in at 31.2. But it was the Kaiser with a 28.4 early on. But yet again, on average, this car has been one of the fastest. I would say second fastest of the whole field, which is, well, great in the statistics, but largely useless in terms of the standings, which is a pity. I think this would have been a nice watch for third place, or even second, because the pace in number 4 is not there anymore. Well, it's not there. It is there, but it's not as dominant as early on. Why did he become Richard Hammond for a brief moment? I noticed it. I became Richard Hammond for a brief moment. I don't know why. So this means I will crash somewhere tomorrow in a huge dip and somehow survive. Which is not great, because tomorrow I wanted to go out and go for a ride in my motorbike, but okay. Hope nothing happens, and if it happens, well, too bad, I guess. Skill issue, I would say. Definitely. So Fernando Rock is the only one in the proximity of one other car. The Honda, which goes to let two cars pass by. Number 51 and number 93. 30.0 was the last lap for both of them. Curving is going slower than both of them, which is good for them. 1.5 seconds slower, so definitely. Oh, there was a cut for number 93. It was a cut. Wonder if it was a track limit violation also. As Tobin is very close to the other Gazelle car, the 3-1. A stint timer will get to 0 closer for the 302. Less so for all the other cars, since I think the 302 was the only one that effectively undercutted. Which is usually the way to go. And I really think the 301's job is to give as much time as possible to the car ahead for it to undergo its 5 seconds penalty, which I think at this point it's been done. So now Tobin remains very close to the Breber, and Prato does the same on Corbing, which is now in direct proximity of the Ferrari. Still there. Tobin very close this time around. We saw him on the defensive, but Tobin apparently seems to also be able to go on the offensive here for position number 11. At this point, De Jong is clear for the 5-second gap as Besseling goes from 18th place in the pits, and same does Novak, because effectively also him went for the undercut early on. Tobin goes on and makes the pass on Dan Breber into 11th place. And as that went through, it's also going to be... Oh, Candelas is off! Was it a contact? Or it was just on himself, I think, yes. Car going sideways on the chicane. Onto the service road. Back here with Corbin defending against not one but two different cars. Ooh, need a contact there. As Tobin lost the position. Oh, there is a contact with something there. I think oh, he went under the curb and also into the wall. So that's Tobin back behind the Breber, but not only with that, also with damage to his car. So everything had to be done again. As Young goes into the pits for his scheduled pit stop, and Corbin here still defends against Preto and Larocque for position. Verstappen is back, just behind the Breber, once more, into the second chicane, into Gilvin chicane. Okay, yes, I just want to check if I was correct. And then into the hairpin, because I will never say the name of this car. It's impossible to... How do I pronounce it? Meanwhile, oh, the Mercedes goes off. Bit of contact between the two, a bit over the curb and on the grass, but I think the Ferrari has a chance to go from the outside, and as a matter of fact, the pass goes through and the Ferrari is ahead of the 301 Mercedes. Meanwhile, also Pareto went for the pass on the very same placement. The problem is, will there be an answer from the Lamborghini behind? There is going to be a contact between the two, and clearly Pareto is not happy with that. They still remain side by side, but I really think that was not a good pass. But Lamborghini stays ahead. So I suppose a 5 seconds penalty will be slapped over the Lambo. You can have a better look at it from here. So first there was this bit of door to door, and then this happened. Putting curving a bit off, and then apparently the overtake happened here. Ooh, over the chicane. With curving losing 2 places. Before doing so, I want to see again from here. So it's a bit, yeah, it's definitely clear. There was never the space to make the pass. As the Breber goes into the pits for his scheduled pit stop. The question is, will... no. Okay, no. Well, the Kieser and the Honda number 72 did so, as Edwards in the 197 has been given a stop and go penalty for exceeding the pit lane speed limiter. Assetto here is now in 10th place. With some damage to his car, which will be probably repaired on the next pit stop, which are I think now. Bavarian number 11 went for the pit stop. A bit different from wait a second. Okay, this is a huge issue. This is a big issue. The number 4 will have a drive-through. The number 4 will have a drive-through. They didn't pit, but the stint is over. Unless they are barely doing it, I don't think so. I really don't think so. This could be a drive-through. And it is a drive-through for stint limit violations. Too late into the pits. So they will lose their second place and maybe even further. Well, certainly second place will be lost. Question is, will the drive-through be will it be done now or later on? I wonder if no, there was also the wall. Nyling now drives the number 141. And the number 4 goes out of the pits, so it was just a drive-through for them. Oh, even worse for the 292. Stop and go 30 seconds for exceeding speed limits in the pits. So people are falling like leaves on autumn. With the 292, still with Misha Zakarazevic, which will have to go into the pits once more to undergo its stop and go 30. This has huge implication for the win. So here it goes. Sure to stay on the speed limit, because otherwise it could be another drive into the pits. Meanwhile, the 934 is not looking on the correct side of the road. I think, yep. They just spun, exiting the hairpin. So the number 11 will be promoted to second place. The number 141 will be promoted into the podium. Maybe. Maybe not. There is a lot of time effectively, so I'm not sure about it. That was a contact there. Actually, maybe they are good enough for further. Yes, they are good enough for third. As the number 292 exits the pits in 10th place. And Duva Lewis, the number 300, is just behind the number 18. Goes side by side with the other Ferrari. There could be contact. There is nothing actually. The number 300 goes through and passes the number 18 with a Porsche number 725 now in 19th place, ahead of them physically on track. And the 221 of Bellman is just ahead. In the 14th place. The drive-through goes on for Brown in the number 61 Porsche. That's for very likely track limit violation. Vanderberg made a mistake there into the chicane. was, yes, it was this mishap of the chicane, which let McLaren number 292 at least get a position back. As a Velman here is going from the outside into the fun chicane. Into the Xbox, he goes and makes the pass from the outside, even before it was over. So now Velman is in 12th place, and the next car is number 300 in 11th, with his teammate in 301 just ahead. With a 302 here in 8th. Just following through. Oh, there's another jump. And drive through, so from bad to worse to even more worse somehow, because now there is a drive through for exceeding track limits for the number 292 McLaren, which will go from 9th to at the very least 15th place. So this is not really looking bright for McLaren team, which was very much ahead of many here, and now finding himself very much at the back of the grid. And number 93 here. Oh, there's a Bentley which wants to go through. Which is the car in the lead of the race. This really hurts the Ferrari lineup, since I think the moment where, oh no, Casina passes through easily there, number 51. So my question will be if Zucker is slower than Castellina, because if so happens, I think they will want to be let through. It's going to be shown shortly. I think the main objective of the Ferrari driver was to stay ahead of Zachtal and to not let him pass. As number 11 is now 40 seconds behind the Bentley. It quite shows how good the pace ahead is from this Bentley, which is absurd in this very moment. Not the quickest car on a single lap, certainly. The quickest car all around. The Bentley has always been very, somehow, even if it weighs around 6,000 tons, quite easy on the tires. It has always been a very stable car, which works perfectly. It has the grip of, practically you have the grip as if your car was on Jupiter. The 197 is again in some troubles. A bit too quickly over the chicane. With a spin which finds it sideways in the middle of the racetrack. Canada, which now becomes the one to watch for making passes all around. I'm identifying quite generous. In leaving some space for the others. I think it also spun on itself. Oh, it was actually contact with another car. It was a contact with the Honda in 20th place. It's getting frustrating, I'll be honest. So now I'm completely disconnected. Great. Really great. Just quickly.
Green light. Go, go, go.
You see, I didn't crash for the last roughly 6 months, and every single crash has to happen now. Great thing, really. Absolutely fantastic every time. Anyway, as if nothing ever happened. I was starting to do a reset, but I can do it now. So we'll do it later on. Just hope it's not something with my line, because otherwise there isn't much I can do. Because there has been some heavy thunderstorm in the region in the last days, so I hope it's not worse than what I think it is. Also, I'm seeing the 301 having some server issues, so I wonder if it's actually some other reasons, because the 301 has been limping in my race control. And you can see again, it's lagging heavily. Oops, sorry. Again. So 301 is... what if it's the 301 which is making me lag? It will be odd. So we'll try to avoid it as much as possible. Simply. Here, which is trying to get into the number 93's reach. Which car is that one? Is this the 11? It is the 11. Which puts Novak directly side by side with Aston Martin, and the passes as the pass goes through. And that's position number 15 for 934 Advisor Racing Team. Horman is very much closing the gap on Leclerc in the 177, as the QRT number 43 has been going on since the very beginning of the race, from a difficult position up until now. They are now in 6th. We're still lapping in 28 low. Everybody else is at least 4 times away. So this car is absolutely dominating it. Just to be curious, how much kilograms are there in this car? It's minus 12. How? How and why is it minus 12? Because I don't think it needs to be minus 12 at this point. I don't think it needs to be plus 12, if anything, because it's slightly OP compared to everybody else. Last lap it was a 28.1 for Zactel. The closest lap is a 28.4. Oh, that's a huge one for Niring. Can we go? So he misses the first part, goes through the second, and the rear went, I think, a full 4 times highball. I'm starting to think that there is something wrong, because some cars are lagging heavily compared to others. Some are not. Like Niring, again, he disconnected for a brief moment, because even in the race control he was the only one going down 2 places, as if he disconnected. Van der Breggen did the same earlier, and I did too, more than once. I hope it's not the server. Please, don't be so. In the meantime, made a 28.7, which is definitely on par with the cars ahead. Not even on par, he's actually quicker. 7 times quicker than Leclerc, 1 second quicker than Niring, same time as with Wilksinki, and a tiny bit slower than anybody else behind. Oh, wait, why is the 292 already in the pits? Why is this car already in the pits? Something clearly isn't working on the 292. Spellman and Dova Lewis are batting for 10th, top 10 for 2. Oh, that was a huge lunge for the Valuis, who loses a place because of the chicane. Once more. Let's look into the splitter. The game goes on for a second. Nearly on the gravel. This Velvan going past him. Putting Velvan now 2.2 seconds behind Van den Berg, the 301 Mercedes. I will leave for I don't have it automatic spot, so I can't do it. But I will leave for 5 minutes, maybe less, because I have to effectively prepare myself some lunch, because I have to eat. Unfortunately, I need food to go on. So I will just be muted for a couple of minutes, but I will still be here to help with the cameras. Unfortunately, by being alone, this is what sometimes happens. And in the current scenario, I will be back shortly, as soon as possible.
Again, as I'm shortly back, maybe because I'm waiting for my food to be ready. Currently Horman is number 33, just 1 second behind Leclerc, as the Canadian driver is trying to stay ahead of Horman. That's for 5th place in the standings. Although in the last lap it has been quite a loss for Horman in 30.1. Again the 301 continues to limp in my standings. I'm not really sure why, and currently apparently McLaren wants to pass. To try to unlap itself, it goes through and there is a contact. I think there is contact between the two. Can't see the car from here. Maybe from here I can, because it actually is the McLaren which at the end will go and aim for Leclerc. Unfortunately the McLaren only 19th place, so race completely done. The same went for the 441, which is not in the race anymore. With their race completely doomed. As Lewis is back behind the Mercedes 301. Porsche which has to let a faster car pass by, which they will, or apparently they will not. The issue is that it's not a prototype and GT cars, so you have to let the other car pass by. As it does now. As the Bentley also follows behind. So this will put another car 2 laps down. Which has now 35 seconds, so even a drive-through would not be enough to the number 11 to pass the number 331. So now the Valois is very close to Van den Berg once more. The issue is that there's also Bentley closely approaching the IM duo. That would be for the win in IM class. Now it will be slightly different. Meanwhile, my voice is completely gone apparently. I need some water, which is from another room. Okay, later. As you can see now, the Bentley passes to Valois. And the number 300 and the number 301 is next in line, but ooh, there is a cut off. It's a 792. 792 is into the wall. Is it for an issue? Oh yeah, definitely they spun on themselves. Did they collide with the wall? I thought the opposite. As McLaren passed also the Aston Martin driver, so putting clear that the McLaren team now in 18th place would have been easily in 5th place. As it's 2 o'clock Central Europe in real life, here it's just 4 minutes behind. So we will definitely see the darkness when the time will come, so around 6 PM, 7 PM. it's now winter, autumn. I can't remember how the season works. Because after summer it's not winter. Because it's, well, for how cold it is, I'll be honest, I think that was the pass for 16th, by the way. It just happened so quickly, I thought it was a back marker for a moment. For how cold it is, yes, I can't express how cold it was yesterday. There were 4 degrees Celsius yesterday night. 4. And there were 20 1 week and a half ago. How is it possible in 10 days we lost 15 degrees? 16, not that. But anyway. Come on now. After the McLaren went through easily, he's back at 1 second from Leclerc. Obviously, drive-thrus can still happen, so any position is worthy if it means that the car ahead will drive through. For now, the cars that are clear of the drive-thru, so it means that even if they go for a drive-thru, they will not lose any place. Those are the car in 4th place, the car in 1st place actually even, the car in 4th, and that's it. Oh, and Van Horn in 13th. That's practically it. All the other cars are within reach if a drive-thru happens for the car ahead. The only ones that aren't are the 331 exactly driving it, who has 35 seconds of gap to allow, and there is also Niring, which has 54 seconds on Niring, and then there is also Van Horn, who has 37 seconds on Novak. Still 7 hours to go, so it's still a long race, as Horman is now in direct proximity of the car in front. I just made a mistake in the chicane, huh? Wonder if it was something heavy. Some jump. Nothing to worry too much about. Now Leclerc remains 5th place. But Horman is very, very close to this car here. There is that second that sometimes brings the car closer, sometimes brings it further away. It's constantly changing. It's because for a certain moment there was also a gap of just 0.4 seconds. Now it's back at 0.6. Early on it was 1 second though. So it's a bit of an elastic band. They can't even rely on the pit stops since they will probably happen in 15 minutes at least. So, I'm back for the final hour. As the end of my hour, there will be unfortunately no commentary until John takes the wheel at 3 hours to go. So there will be those 2.5 hours of unfortunately nothingness. But I will try to stay here as much as possible. Unfortunately, I can't do much than I'm already doing. Much more than what I'm already doing for multiple reasons. But at the moment, Leclerc is not only behind Horman, but also behind Landolfi. And the reason is, apparently, that he made a terrible pit stop because, well, not a terrible pit stop, a damage repair pit stop. 49 seconds stationary in his pit box, which is 7 seconds more than the usual, but also I think the pit entry has been ruined because the gap is now 9.5 seconds, so I think the pit entry or the pit exit or something of the two has been ruined compared to the usual, because the gap is quite a lot more than only 7 seconds. I also put the 51 in camera because not only they jumped Dan Breber but also Duva Lewis in a single pit stop after going into the pit, not repairing the car and gaining 5 seconds and 8 seconds respectively on Duva Lewis and Dan Braber. Duva Lewis, which effectively also jumped himself Dan Braber by doing so, but he finds himself in the same exact position. At the very least, he is in the lead of his own class, which means that he will be classified first, if so, rather than 11th. Since IM and overall are two different classes in the race. The 71 here is currently trying to defend against the 177 with Takari and Leclerc being 11 seconds in front of De Jong, which, remember, he was hit at the very start, went through a drive-through, driving another car, so he had 5 seconds to stay stationary in his pit box for the penalty he received. And now De Jong leads the way for the 302 to, at the very least, put the car in 5th place, which, I'll be honest, it can happen. The 5th placed car is currently 20 seconds ahead, which is 6.5 hours. Is perfectly doable. 4th place is another minute ahead, so it's a bit more troublesome, that one there. Meanwhile, Marc Leclerc, the Canadian, goes against Stefano Taccari, the Italian. Leclerc early on was battling with Horman as a defensive side. Now he is the offensive side and he has to move because De Jong is not really waiting. Last lap was a 30, practically it was a 31 for Leclerc. De Jong made a 28.6. Two completely different classes of drivers at the moment. The battle here is as close as it gets. I think something could happen here at the hairpin. Doesn't. So again, the 177 is a quick car, but apparently the drivers don't want to risk too much, which I think at the end paid off in a couple of occasions. But in Zolder you really have to use every single bit that is left. Here goes to the right of the screen, which is the left of the track, which is the inside of turn 1, but still not enough space to throw the car and create an opportunity. De Jong set at 27.7, which at the moment is by an entire second, not an entire second, rather 8 times the quickest race lap we had in this lap. And also this means that the 302 lineup gained 3 seconds in a single lap on these two, so it's clear that De Jong has the pace, and it's clear that De Jong will not wait too much. The gap went from 8 seconds to 5 just in this lap. A clear intention for De Jong to at least put the car back where it matters. Unfortunately, I think the podium is a bit of a high reach, as Luis and Pretto are also battling together for position number 10. And it's fundamental for the 51 team to stay ahead of Duval-Lewis. This is an IM team. I suppose Duval-Lewis is the strongest of the lineup. So if they can stay ahead of Duval-Lewis, it's going to be easy to stay ahead of Van der Klis and Ketelaars. As Horman set the team's personal best, 28.645 for the QRT esports car, and Takar here is still defending against Leclerc, and you can see the Mercedes in white and lime colors, which objectively is the best combination of colors. White and lime is the best combination in my mind. Don't get me wrong, I am in love with any car that has darker patterns, so like orange and black. I'm in love with those combos, but the best one is white and lime. It's an objective opinion, and I don't accept anyone saying otherwise, unless you bring something else but with lime in it. That's the fundamental rule that is in place. Everything with lime in it is good. Unless it's a whole car lime, that's a bit too much. Anyway, De Jong has just set another quickest time. Team's quickest time. Which is 27.7, and great news for Verstappen, because oh, there was a mistake there. For the 177, Assetto is off into the gravel too. Was it a mistake or was it a contact? As I was saying, Bertoncello now has a drive-through for... Oh, that's definitely more than a contact. That's Duval-Lewis completely missing the braking mark and sending Pretto off into the distance. We have a better look at it from here. The braking spot is here. That's certainly a way to pass a car. So as we see, Christian Bertoncello now has a drive-through to undergo, which will put the car in 4th place, away from the podium, as Tucker is still here defending. As the younger here is now as close as it gets. Oh, there is a contact there. I think it was the McLaren driver which went and made an impact with the car in front. Have a better look at it. Yeah, the McLaren also missed the braking point, tried to put the car in a place where it was fairly impossible to do it. So Leclerc has some chance to stay. It was, oh, again another mistake. This time he goes on the grass, cuts the chicane, and can't really make anything out of it. Again, very close. A bit too close even to the Beamer. Which for now remains in 6th place. Let's see with the drive-through. Oh, a big bump for Takari. Which puts behind the gap back to only 0.2 of a second. And now there's something goes on the right, which actually leaves some room for the Mercedes to make space for itself. And yet again, nothing happens there for the 177 of Leclerc, which is lapping in 130s. This is just leaving everybody behind with a chance to get as close as possible. Now there is a bit of an issue because you can see there it is Aston Martin over Verstappen which has to pass since they have legally the right to pass for the blue flag rule, but this just leaves De Jong with an opportunity as important as ever because he is at the tail end of this trio, and if he can use the Aston Martin to its advantage, he could get a pass there on the Aston Martin. He doesn't, he actually gets a bit too far away, a tiny bit too far away to make a pass. Oh, another contact there, oh, there is more contact there. The plan was probably to stay as close as possible to the car a lap in front. That went quite bad. Oh, there is a huge jump there, and this leaves De Jong with the pass for 7th place, leaving just the 71 ahead of him as the last spray before having clean air for 24 seconds, which doesn't really mean anything in terms of amount of time, or amount of space rather, because 24 seconds is not really an amount of space, but whatever, you get the point. Also 25 seconds probably is what, 25 laps, considering the young space. As another car is off, is the number 301. Which was off. Oh, that's a huge spin for the 301. It's also obviously at the same time this happened. So the pass on Takari on the outside with a very grippy Mercedes, and that's position number 6 for De Jong. Now the next objective on the agenda is Orman, 33, 27 seconds ahead. Meanwhile here it is still Aston Martin trying to gain the inside again, he stays behind, and the time is also running out because Garbi is getting closer to this duo. And in all of these, De Jong just gained, I think 2 seconds. No, okay, maybe not 2, but at least 1 second, that's certain. On Horman, which lapped in 28.7, that was 29.1. So maybe it was the lap prior. Oh, because now it was 28. Okay, yes, it was the lap prior because the lap prior was at 30 for Horman. So apologies. Just that, obviously, I just read it too late. As Verstappen just set the team's fastest lap, 28.002. Not yet into the 27s, but definitely a good lap for the 141 Aston Martin. Now in 3rd place at 1 minute and 20 seconds behind the leader, but 20 seconds in front of Bertoncello. Finale Binvu remains where it is. Oh, there is a contact and a crash, and the Aston Martin is into the wall with 71 spinning in the background. We can have a better look from here. Contact here, tries to avoid it and puts also the car on the wall with Takari, unfortunately, sideways in the grass. And now also behind the Lamborghini number 221, so I suspect Leclerc's actions will have a penalty applied to their name. I don't think there is much damage to the car, but there is certainly some heavy loss in track position. Not only one but two places have been lost there. The 1-for-1. Wait, the 1-for-1 is Verstappen is off. Off the race, and even Bertoncello maybe? No, okay. So it's just another car. You can see Verstappen going sideways after the chicane, spinning 360 degrees, quick on the line. Fastest recovery from the chicane I've ever seen. And 1-for-1 just lost, I suspect, 5 seconds, which is not a lot considering the problem he encountered there. Oh, that's a Bentley off. I thought for a moment it was off, as in spin, but kind of had his Verstappen, so nearly the 3-3-1 has been able to lap the entire field but 2 cars, and shortly it will be all the field but 1, which is still 20 seconds behind. So it's still in contention, to be fair. It's been a huge gain in the last laps for Becca. As Coxier and Capogreco are battling for 15th place. Side by side into turn number 3. Apologies to number 4. Lucien Bianchi-Bocht. Bit of a oversteer in exit for the number 81. I think Bertoncello lost the car on the chicane. In fact, he has done so. We can have a look from here. It was in the first, bit too late. No, that's nearly the wall. He survives it. But it was closer. This car, which started from the very best spot, lost the lead in practically the second turn for a moment. Then eventually overtook them, then it was a drive-through for stint limits, then it was a drive-through for track limits. And now they are only 45 seconds ahead of Horman. So all of a sudden number 4 went from lead of the pack to quite behind. Meanwhile here, this is the pass for 15th place. With number 77, which went on the inside, lost the braking point, and essentially let the 81 pass through without too much troubles. No, Capogreco still remains in proximity of the car number 81, so possibly this is not over yet for the Italian driver, which is now in 16th place. Standing up from Corsa becomes 1 second, so I think bottom of 15th is actually not really there. Lewis has been able to lap an entire second quicker than the car ahead of him. Oh, drive-through for Preto in the 51, so they will have to go for a drive-through for exceeding track limits, which will put them behind Dan Braber. I think that's the position they will lose. So as I was saying, this car here is getting 1 second per lap on the number 71 ahead. Because I'm not really mentioning anymore the 302, but they also are gaining a massive amount of times per lap on the car ahead. Now De Jong is 23 seconds behind Horman. But more importantly, Becca is gaining half a second to 1 entire second per lap on Garbi. That's for the lead of the race. And reminder that early on the 331 was roughly ...40 seconds. The 911 was 30 seconds behind the 331. Now it's literally half of it, and we are just 6 hours and 14 minutes away from the end of the race. So I think we could still well see something happening the lead of the race. Garvey made a mistake on the chicane. Which one it is? He cuts the first part. A bit less than what I thought. Still no drive-through on the horizon for the leading team. But certainly, the number 11 behind is becoming more and more a threat than anything else. As Bertoncello in 4th place is not really having a good time for now. He's been losing a lot of time from Verstappen. Which at this point puts back the 302, I wouldn't say in contention for the podium, but certainly I think 4th place could become a reality sooner or later, which will be an absolute incredible job for them. I think they were literally last at the start of the race. Now they are in 6th, but I really think that 5th place could be a reality. For example, Sport is already a good time since they are in 1st and 2nd in AM class, and I really don't think that anyone else could compete with them as it stands. Even also when the field is composed by 5 drivers, so it's a bit easy in this point to get a podium. Oh, Luis is just 2 seconds behind the number 71. If no mistake has been made, because now the race, or rather the overtake of lapped cars has been made, and now the cap is to 3 seconds. I don't think we will wait much to see a possible battle for 9th place. Last lap it was 30.2 for De Luis and 29.7 for Takari. Meanwhile, there's also here the battle for 16th place as Caporeco loses the place on Zakariasevic's McLaren 292, which has been going on with several problems throughout the race, with a drive-through, with a further pit stop for some reasons, and with a stop-and-go penalty. And meanwhile here, Pekka is now only 14 seconds away from the lead of the race, upping steadily into the 28s and certainly putting the lead of the race back in contention. So it's still not certain which will be the outcome of it. Now really fixated with a Lamborghini ahead, that's Campos in a 2-1 Lamborghini in 8th place. Here the Ferrari number 300 is very close to the number 71. So now Takari's job is to defend as much as possible against the number 300. That would certainly help the Breber to get closer, but it's important also for Pretto in the 51, because even after the drive-through he could still be in contention for at least top 10. Well, he is in his team. Certainly getting a bit closer to their teammate's car would help. Speaking of which, something happened here. The lap is with... Oh, we jumped a bit too much there. And cut the track. So hopefully that's not another track limit violation. Keeping it cleverly off the throttle at the early stage of the turn and trying to get as much speed as possible on exit, knowing that his opponent in front is going quite wide on entry. They can't really pass. this, De Jong is just 15 seconds away from Horman, who is 40 seconds away from Bertello, who is 33 seconds away from Verstappen. So it's clear that De Jong is getting closer to the podium. Actually, looking at the times, he is actually getting closer to the podium position. Now the problem is, and this is a bit of a problem, De Jong is here. His target is behind him. 5 seconds behind him. So at the moment, he needs to be... So you can see me for a brief moment. He was there. So now, De Jong and his team have to be as quick and as constant as possible, because the chance for a podium is slim, but at the current pace, there is a chance. And that will be phenomenal. Simply phenomenal. Even because drive-through could still happen. The 302 just went for it at the very early stages, which is a plan. Would have been better go at the halfway mark, but they took it away early on. And covering a 90 seconds gap will be 80 seconds gap would obviously be one of the best performances I've ever seen in a race, because they were literally last and now they are just 90 seconds away from a podium, and that gap is going down. And if it wasn't for that drive-through they've received, they could have been just 60 seconds behind by starting literally last at the end of lap 2. So currently, and then losing another 15 seconds in the chicane in lap 2, because they lost the car on the chicane and lost another 15 seconds. But at the very least, if they take away every mistake early on, this means that they could still be in contention for a podium, which is in some way probably great. And for now, this battle continues to go on. Little updates regarding what I said until now. Bertancciolo did at 29.7, 29.1 for Horman, and 28.8 for De Jong. Please get that. So, and 29.3 for Verstappen. So as it stands, this is getting important. 6 hours away from the finish of the race. From the end of the race. Oh, drive-through! Another time! It's in a 292, and another time the race is becoming more and more a punishment rather than an enjoyment. They were in the top 5 early on, just behind the podium, and now they have a drive-through whilst in 16th place. So things aren't going great for the 292 at this point, which is awful. The good and bad about endurance racing, sometimes you can make mistakes and still gather some results, and sometimes the mistakes just don't end. They just don't end. Bloody mistakes or incidents or problems of any kind. There are certain races where you know you can deliver, it's just that it's not enough being good, and one way or another you have to just witness your chances crumble. As Gabby goes into the pits. 6 hours away from the end of the race. So actually quite early. And they're going for hourly pit stops, now that I think about it, because everybody else has to pit in 15 minutes. So they're probably thinking, what if we go for hourly pit stop? And save some tires, and use more the tires. At the same time we go faster. It is a plan, but I'm not sure how much it will work. I think at this point there are two tactics. Oh, there is currently possibly the move for position, and it is Dova Lewis who goes in 9th place. A very odd overtake. Let's see. It was very odd. So it's like they just let it through. So after the pit stop phase, Becca finds himself 1 minute ahead of Zagdal, but still have to pit. And the gap is effectively in question, because if the 331 effectively has a pit stop more to do, I mean, in the end, I know for certain that you have to go for like the final pit stop is going to happen close to the finish. 20 minutes prior to the finish, roughly. 15, maybe. Obviously, the question arises on whether it's better to go for hourly pit stop or to just skip the final pit stop and to go longer. Or rather, not to skip, because you can't really skip it, you have a timer of 65 minutes, but rather to see how much time is left, put fuel on the car, enough to get into the finish, and survive with the tires you have. Because that's what will probably happen, a splash and dash at the end, or a full pit stop. It could be around 15 to 20 seconds, the difference. If you go for a splash and dash, it's actually a bit more, it's 25 seconds, more or less, the difference. So, if the plan works for Zagdal and company, it has to be a gap of 25 seconds, at least, for it to work. Even because at the end, it's not really important to stay in front of the splash and dash, because you will have better tires, and when you have so much better tires, it's very easy to make an overtake no matter what. Even in Zolder, you can just brake later. This was a cut for Bertoncello. Whether it was a tackling it or not, we will see. So in the end, it's going to be important to see the final result. Even because pitting early, it's not just because you pit early so you have less fuel, because also there is that thing to take into account. But also, you have better tires than your opponents. At a certain point, it's going to be, the delta is going to be big, around 1 second. So I actually think there is a chance for it to work. I'm not really keen on it. This could be the different strategy which could work. Obviously, they can't make any mistake. Any mistake will just put the entire strategy on jeopardy. Because at the very least, without the pit, you can defend, they will likely be forced to attack at the end of it. So yes, it's going to be interesting. That's what I would say. It's going to be interesting. There goes for the 302 Gazelle Motorsport pit stop. This is another thing which is in an odd spot, because they also are completely asynchronized from everybody else. Everybody else will likely pit in, well, I can just see it, it's like I just have to guess. Every other pit will go in 10 minutes, roughly 10 minutes. There are just a couple of things which are in a completely different situation. The 302 is one of them. The 331 is clearly one of them. The 300 is also one of them, or one of those. And from what I can see, the 81 is also one of those. So there aren't many teams on the same strategy as this one here. These are the ones to look at. These are definitely the ones to look at. Finema is on the wheel of the 302 machine, which was bound to be in the podium, same as some others, to be fair. The 302, the 51, the 292, and the 441, which is not in the race anymore, all were cars bound to be on the podium. Which unfortunately they are not anymore. Which all goes into advantage of the cars close to the podium, or even on the podium. That's definitely a cut. So currently the number 11, the 331, and the 141 Aston Martin. Another car which was bound to be on the podium was the number 4. We saw it in endurance racing more than once that it's not always the quickest car which wins the race. Fuji, for example, or even better, Indianapolis, 6 hours in IMSA. That's also the 197 again in a hot spot. But they just half spun nearly to the wall. So as I was saying, not always the quickest car wins. I think at this point, after all I've seen, I really think that this is the quickest car we have on track. The 302, for now, at the very least, is well, it has shown that it is the quickest car on track. 100%. Even the 51 actually, to be fair to it. So it's a bit of a battle between the two. The time being reached by the 331 were obviously impressive, but it's not the complete image of it, since obviously the 302 had to be in contention with practically every other car, so it's not really easy to see its pace, its pure pace. it has been on clean air maybe 3 minutes in the whole time. But if you want, let the 302 pass by. But I think the two best cars were honestly the 302 and the 331. And I think it could be said that it was the 11. And consequentially the 51. Since they were, I won't say on the same pace, but both the cars were one after the other in qualifying, so it's clear that the pace was there. And the number 4 is the one that went through the worst, but not just because of the drive-through. What happened there? Want to see it again? Okay, I don't know what happened, but I know the wall was very close. But anyway, the number 4 was one of those cars that shown it could work, but I really think that team-wise it was more the pace that brought the car in 4th place, maybe because after the drive-through they will still be in 4th anyway, as it stands. So it's not obviously not only the drive-through that put the car where it is now. And a car which surprised me a lot is also, as Lewis exits the pits to join behind Hoffman's. Or rather, from the clears, is that it's probably the car number 177 and the 43. These two cars were nowhere in qualifying, and now they find themselves in 5th and 6th. And not only that, but they could also fight for 4th place. Although there is a 302 there, somewhere. Which, ironically, is just in front of them. Just one lap ahead. So 28.3, so this car works. This car really works. And so yeah, that's... I really think that 302 could have been in contention for the win. 100%. Without a doubt. I think we could have seen something along the line of the 331, the 302 and the 11. 3 different teams with 3 different cars batting for the win. Could have been possible. Unfortunately, things went south. Even for the McLaren, because don't forget the McLaren 292, which was there, but things went very bad very quickly. But the 61 now has a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. But yes, obviously, endurance racing brings its joy and its sadness. And oh, the mechanic is into the wall! Oh, look at this! What happened there? It went completely into the wall. What happened? Why is it into the wall? Oh, you went into the... Completely by itself. Completely demolishing the car. Oh, there is a Lamborghini coming through. And they are going the other way of the racetrack. Return to the garage. Because that car doesn't turn anymore. That was completely out of character. So it just went into the wall. I think it's a retirement altogether at this point. Very odd. Ah, yeah, he's doing it solo. Well, I think at this point it makes little sense to continue to go on. Even for his own sanity at this point. know it's a great effort. You probably would like to end it, but yeah, it's one of those situations where you say maybe not. Maybe not this time. As now the number 4 is close to its stint limit, which will happen. Otherwise, it's another drive-through for that car there. So they are now back in 4th, and it's going to be interesting, this one here. Because Finema in a 302 is for now in lap 170. So he is currently 2 laps behind the number 4, so don't get fooled, this is not for position yet. Because I still put, not on my money, but some of them in a possible overtake for 4th. Like, I would say there is a 6 out of 10 chance for it to happen. Not completely sure, 60% maybe. So anyway, the number 11 is now 16.5 seconds behind the 331. As there is a good chance for the 11 to get into the lead's reach. It also has to be said that I don't think I have to cover it too much. I think Garby is the slowest of the 3 in the 331 machine. It has been seen, the gap practically falling straight forward. And now the gap is back to 17 seconds, so... Oh, this is a problem. As Takari has a drive-through for track limits. I wonder if it was for track limits or for speed limits in the pit lane. But I will have to go through the pits once more. Or stint timer even. Oh, it was stint timer! It was stint timer and you will not believe it. 1 hour 05.00. They just, for a single second, they've got a drive-through for it. They were a bit too greedy. They thought maybe one more lap. Maybe we can do it. The answer was clearly no. The answer, unfortunately for them, was clearly no. Now they will have to go through the pits once more, and that will be tremendous. Luckily for them, luckily for them, the drive-through has been activated after their pit stoppage was active. Otherwise they would have had to go through the pits and then go into the pits. But luckily I think either the page popped up later or simply Takari clicked in time the pit stop rather than the drive-through, because obviously you can choose to do it instantly or not. And this goes from bad to horrible. As I said earlier, there was a chance. Now the chance is from 6 to 10 to possibly 9 out of 10. The number 4 has a drive-through for exceeding track limits. They will have to go through the pits, and they will also maybe lose the position on Horman directly. So terrible situation for the car number 4, which has been going quite a lot up until now. Zan van der Klis is here, 7 seconds behind Carving. As Santoro goes into the pits for its drive-through, which will put them in likely 12th place. I think it will be 12. Go too much trouble as Casolina is following Zagdal just ahead of him. 28.0, that was a very good lap for Casolina. Was been following the leader up until now, and who knows, at this point they could also ask for the car ahead to let them unlap themselves, as the McLaren is back on the racetrack. The Madman is back on it. Since is still with the drive-through. I think this has to be the lap where they get in. It's not like this is another one. Otherwise it is a disqualification altogether. As the car 302 has been gaining a bit less this time around on the number 4, a huge amount of time on the 141, but because in the last lap they had lapped in 131 compared to the 28 made by basically everybody else around them. Number 11, which has lapped actually quicker than the 331 this time around. Seems like the number 11 is back into contention as Wilkinson goes into the pits for its drive-through. Pole sitters of the race, but points are made on the race. As Horman goes across the line, and I think it's going to be, you can see the BMW exiting the pits, it's going to be close, but it's certainly going to be the Ferrari ahead. Security now in 4th place. Xinfi is now in 5th, and Finema is just around the corner. And instantly, Wilzinski goes on to cut the track, so certainly now they have their counter to 0, but I don't think it's a good idea to just raise it up again. meantime, the 51 still has the 51 behind following. And it's important for the 20 to kind of keep it that way, very likely. Because the number 11 is very close, so they can't really give any second to others. So if Castellina will want to unlap, this is a bit of a problem for everybody currently, because the 51 clearly wants to pass the 51, which at the same time wants to be free of the 11. And if the 51 manages to pass the 51, this will likely lead to the 11 getting closer. As Vizins is off! Into the chicane once more. Goes across. Oh, you can see there. Oh, it was also barrier. This was also the barrier for them. Going in reverse. Ahead of the Ferrari number 81. And now Finema is not even around the corner. He is, well, around the corner is in a figurative sense. He's literally around the corner. So after a drive-through, second drive-through, they now have also damage on the car, and also the 302 very close to them. And it's not really looking great on the number 4 car lineup. Lap is at 39.1, and behind it is the car in third place. She's going to lap them. As you can see, blue flags, so this means that number 4 is obliged to let them through, which puts another. Oh, that's a Honda on the gravel. Yeah, the podium is probably a bit of a high shot, let's be fair, but I still think the 4th place is possible now for the 302, which will still be good, considering where they were at the very start of the race. Is it the Bentley behind? Oh, it is the Bentley behind. And it's the 51 behind, still there. Clearly showing what could have been. Both teams showing what could have been. I just made a mistake in this lap. 29.3. I think it's one of the few times I saw this car a bit slower. 28.4 for Macoretta behind, 26 seconds behind. And it's still not over for the car in 7th place, because at this point 6th place becomes a reality. A valid chance for it to happen. Picking up now being 3 seconds. The question is how much is the damage on the front of the car, because it doesn't really impact top speed, since you really don't have top speed here, but it impacts aerodynamic at the aerodynamical performance, and clearly it is doing a lot of damage on that side, because the last lap was at 29.7. A whole second has been lost on Finema. And it's not really looking great for this team, which now has to look at their back once more. The problem is that if the number 177, oh, big one! 331 drive through for exceeding track limits. They will lose the lead of the race after 4.5 hours from the start of the race. Drive through for exceeding track limits for 331, which will have to go through the pits now that they just reached the 302, ironically. And they will have to do it in 3 laps time. I think it will be. It was close. It was extremely close. Let me see it again, please, from the split account. They were going in the pits no matter what. Ooh. Now it's trouble because the number 11 goes on into the lead of the race, and now they have to go as slowly as possible because probably they think, okay, someone in front had a drive-through, someone behind us had a drive-through. Maybe it's time to think about it and not have one now ourselves. And this is what possibly will happen. They will likely slow their pace down a little bit. They have 17 seconds of gap to the car behind now, and another minute is the car number 141, so they have all the time in the world to just be there and exist. They don't even have to go fast, they just have to exist and maintain the gap. But at the same time, the 331 will push as much as possible. So yeah, that now becomes a reality for the number 11 to become winners once more of the endurance race. Oh, Vandenberg. Something. Okay, now the gap suddenly skyrocketed for a moment. Not sure where and why. As the Kiza just set the quickest time for his team, 27.877. As Wilczynski still goes into the 29. And Finema just made a huge mistake somewhere, because now the gap is 4.8 seconds, and look at it, it's number 51 again. This time it's a lap down on them. And likely 51 will want to be let through. As the gap between Finema and Wilczynski is 5 seconds, so a huge mistake clearly by car 302 again. 28.6, so possibly something is going better on their side. So the number 11 is simply at the very top of the leaderboard. Oh, this was a huge jump for Adamu. Vandenberg continues to disappear on my screen. Wonder if he has some connection issues or not. Is still, oh, another okay, it's certainly not going great. 292 drive through for extreme track limits. It is just agony to see this car getting kicked while still on the ground. As Finema went sideways, so he's into the wall. I think he is. Have a look at it. Oh, that's a jump. Oh, that's a lot of airborne time. And also a spin happened. So now the figure 2 is not in a great position. Well, just 4 seconds of gap between them and Wilczynski. Now there are 16.8. So McLaren goes into the pits for the drive-through. I think this is the first moment where nothing has been really happening as of now. Vandenberg is very close to the car 300 though. Few ones slightly off the curb. Wonder if that's a cut for track limits. Anyway, as it stands, we've got the number 11, since it's the last 7 minutes of my stint here, and then it's going to be under 3 on the wheel. Oh, same wheel. And we've got a 331 FRL car in second place. The keys are in the number 141 in third place, currently 52 seconds behind the Bentley. The number 33 QRT Sport is in fourth place, 17 seconds ahead of former pole sitter, fastest lap holder, and unfortunately also 2 times drive-through holder So that's why they are now in 5th place. So number 4 Flat Out Esport, which was one of the cars that had to be on the podium. And behind is the other car which had a chance to be on the podium. It's the number 302 Gazelle Motorsport, which at this time is 17 seconds behind Wilczynski and still has a chance for 4th place. Macoretta in the 177 SE Racing, they've made a perfect race so far from the back of the grid. Corbin in the 221 Lamborghini is in 8th place for FRL Racing Team. 300 Gazelle Motorsport is in the lead of the IM class, and their system is in 2nd place, the 301. The number 51, another of those teams which had to have a chance for the podium, is in 11th. The number 71 Vesa Sport is in 12th place with 18 Assetto Racing Team in 13th place. 934 Advisor Racing Team is in 14th place with Assetto Racing Team number 81 in 15th. Then we got 77. It is oh, there's a Honda there. It was 792 on the gravel. Number 77 Flat Out Sport is in 16th with 725 Porsche in 17th and Long Smile in 18th place. Then we've got the TSE Racing 93 in 19th, 61 Long Smile in 20th. The lone driver 292 McLaren only 21st, and then we've got the MT Motorsport in 22nd and last place. Vandenberg now 3.2 seconds for the sister team, so this gap is getting lower and lower as time passes. They've gained 1 second on the 300. And behind them it is the Kieser in the 141 Aston Martin, which will pass them just now, which puts chances for the 301 to get back into the lead of their class, back to 3.4 seconds. And so the 301 is limping. It wasn't just me. The car number 90, oh wait, 93 is off to the wall. Oh, it was a contact with the McLaren. So the McLaren number 292, which hit the number 93. So now Vandenberg is following the Kieser in its path. Even by effectively following in this air another car, Vandenberg was still able to eat 7 times away from its sister team. Now these two are the closest we have on track at the moment. bit of, it's always a bit of a jump. I'm surprised that they still haven't got a single drive-through because of it, because I think the 141 has been one of those cars which jumped the most in that chicane. But it's astonishing to see that the 33 is just some 400-500 meters ahead of the Kaiser. So we got the top 3 in their lead lap, and then we got Horman in a lap of itself, practically. As the number 4 is also... he's also behind Horman. Apologies, he's behind the Kaiser, yes it is. As Vandenberg will use the Kaiser's existence to maybe get closer to Van der Klis. Okay, I can speak. As it is, this is the sound. In which sense? So no one told me if the audio was okay or not. Oops, apologies. Anyway, here it is, a battle for 9th place. I will have shortly to go. Since the next stint is actually mine to drive, so it's a bit difficult to do commentary and drive at the same time. I think I will give it a couple of more laps. I think this could happen now though. In fact, I think the overtake happens now into the hairpin. They go. Bessening gets a drive through for exceeding track limits in car number 81. As it's going to be side by side into the final chicane. As the Ferrari stays behind their teammates, so this will be the final action. You will see from me. For now, John will arrive in an hour time, roughly, maybe earlier. But for me, Cristiano Romano, it was all. Unfortunately, I have to go now, and there will be an hour of blank space. But up until then, be sure to check the channel, because, as I said, at 5 o'clock European time, or 4 OK, there will be the second part of the race up until the end. In the meantime, stay safe, have a good race, and good afternoon. See you on track. Bye.